Hello, YouTube, or I should say, jump. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to the second episode of 5 Weeks of Beats, my series where I make, again, that's my bad. This is a series where I make beats live on a YouTube stream like this. Different pieces of software, different pieces of hardware, but all the beats are going to be sample based. And, I'm glad to be able to be here, glad to be able to do all this, and I think it's really cool. So this is the second episode. Last week we did the first episode, believe it or not. And, I made a track in that live stream and I think it came out kind of good, to be honest. I'm looking at the actual session from that video, from that stream, and it sounds nice. And I'm sure that I'm going to be able to finish it off in Logic and just be done with it. And today, let's make another one. But before we get that going, let's first of all roll the intro.
Accurate. 5 weeks of beats.
And that means that we're officially here. We're officially in the second episode of 5 Weeks of Beats. I'm really happy to be here again, and I'm happy to see a bunch of people in the chat room as well. I appreciate that a lot, and if you would like to give it a little bit of a shout out in the stream just to say hi, please do that, and don't be scared to, like the video and subscribe to the channel and all that other stuff that I'm supposed to say as a YouTuber. And another thing that I want to mention is that, of course, this video is sponsored, or this live stream, I should say, is sponsored by DistroKid and TrackLib. Those links up there, as I said last week, it's of course you're not able to click them up there, but the same links are in the description for this video. distrokid.com/VIP/accurate gives you 7% off your first year with DistroKid, and tracklib.com/accurate gives you, I know by now that it's 15 tracks, 15 samples that you get free from TrackLib if you use my affiliate link in the description. So now that's done, and that it's sponsored. The video stream is sponsored by these companies, and a big shout out to them and a big thank you to DistroKid and TrackLib for hooking me up with some stuff for this, which is cool. And we have, again, people watching. So people are saying hi, and someone in the chat had an idea last week for people to just shout out different countries that they're from. And that would be really cool to know. Do we have anyone from Germany here? Do we have anyone here from America, I'm sure? Anyone from Sweden? Would be nice to know. Or, just shout out whatever country you represent or that you come from. That would be super cool. So yeah, cool. So, what I'm planning on doing here today is, of course, making a beat. We are working on a 5-track EP with instrumental beats, and I'm going to release the EP through DistroKid, so it ends up, everywhere that it's supposed to end up, which is Spotify and Apple Music and Google Music and all that good stuff that's available everywhere. We're working with, we're working with Maschine Plus today. Last week I did the entire session on the MPC-1, and I think I used a little bit of Korg OP6 and Korg Wavestate for some extra, synthy stuff on the track. This time it's all about Maschine Plus, and I also have the Jupiter XM from Roland hooked up. It's all going through my audio interface, and everything should be able to be recorded in the Maschine Plus standalone version. It's not connected over USB to the computer, it runs in standalone mode, and normally that's not a problem at all. Cool, we have some countries here. We have some people from Netherlands, Italy, USA, England, Scotland, Poland. Let's see. London, UK, Germany, Switzerland, France. So we have some people from Europe and we have some people from the US, and that's cool. 2 people from Poland. I appreciate that. That's cool. No one from Sweden here though. I'm sure there's someone from Sweden here as well. I'm from Sweden at least, so that's something. However, it's not all about countries, and it's not. This is not going to be about geography at all, because that's one of my least favorite topics in the world. It's going to be about beats. It's going to be about music, samples, hip hop, all that good stuff on the Maschine Plus and the Jupiter XM. And who knows? Maybe I'm going to pull out something else and just connect it up and get it going. Again, just like last week, the stream became like 3.5 hours long. And this time around, I don't know, I might be live for an hour if I get something really cool going, or maybe like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, who knows. It all depends on how my creative output goes here. Who knows? Hopefully the tech works, everything. The thing is up there and the video is down there, and I can take it out and I can do that and I can do this, which is cool. Hopefully that works. Now, since last week, I still have the samples that I collected from TrackLib on last week's stream on the SD card. I had it in the MPC-1 and I just transferred it, so I have it. I should have it available in here. I haven't double checked on that. All I have here now are some drum sounds. I'm not even sure I'm going to use those. It's just one of those preset packs I made for Maschine Plus. However, I think my first attempt here will be to just pull in a sample from the folder I created last week. We spent like 35 minutes on TrackLib's website and found a bunch of samples, and they're here. It would be kind of cool. If I don't feel anything here, I will go back into TrackLib and dig for more samples and show that part of the process as well and just import something. But, that became kind of a long part of the last stream, and I'm not sure if we necessarily have to show the entire process of digging for samples, but if it would make more sense to just start with whatever I got in the last stream. Like that. It's supposed to be like that. So yeah, if you guys are ready to go, I feel like I'm kind of ready to go. I could just jump in here and just do something. And also, I'm thinking about switching my process for this one. Normally, when I find a sample, I just figure it out in my head, and then I lay down a drum loop, and then I just squeeze the sample in there. And today, I'm thinking about doing the opposite and just, using the sample first, finding a few chops, and just using the metronome stuff for putting the sample in here and then layering it up with drums after the fact. So that's what I'm thinking for today. Let's see if the sample is in here. I'm not 100% sure because I haven't tested it in Maschine. I just imported the files, but it always works. I rescanned the library and stuff, so everything should be here. So we have someone from Sweden here. Sweden, Finland, another one from France. Cool. Make some boom bap, slow BPM. Yeah, sure. If you have any ideas or any input like that, I would appreciate it, because last week, I ended up at sorry, what was that? I ended up making a track in 92 BPM, which is kind of my safe zone. I like working in 92 or 94 or something like that. I'm open to do something slower or something faster, because we're making an EP here. Everything can't be 92 BPM. It can be 92 BPM. But I don't think I want that. So if you have any ideas, should I go faster, slower, or, give me some input there, and I'm going to have some coffee. And yeah, I'm drinking my coffee kind of weirdly now because I don't want to spill on the stuff, because these are kind of kind of nice things. The MPC, I did it again, the Maschine Plus. I'd like you to create some acid house. Yeah, in that case, you're on the wrong stream. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know, maybe 80 to 85 BPM, 84, 87, 10 BPM? That's a challenge. That is a challenge. 101 BPM? You know, I'm thinking maybe I should have one of the tracks on this EP in kind of a high tempo, but leaving the drums really like offset center and just having them shift around a little bit. People are saying 70, people are saying 83. So yeah, we're going for... What happened there? Huh. I think we're going for somewhere in the 80 range, between 80 and 89, that is. And we have someone here that's totally new to Maschine and had some trouble today. Lots to learn. Sure. I also saw Mark Saffin in here, and he also just bought an MPC Plus, and he has some things that he wants to know. So yeah, but first of all, let's start with the foundation here, which of course is the sample. So browse on the sound level. Let's go to browse. Let's go for let's see here, one shots in the user content, and then I have a folder called it should be called like 5 beats a week, 5 weeks of beats, and it's not here. So maybe I forgot about like rescanning this folder. Yeah, let's rescan it and wait for a minute for it to find the new content on the SD card. That could take a minute or two, that's fine. Again, this is going to be kind of a long-winded stream, and you know. Someone says trip hop style. I can't promise that because trip hop is so, especially in my mind, trip hop is such a specific genre. You know, it's kind of a fine line between lo-fi hip hop and trip hop, but when I think trip hop, I just think Portishead, and when I think Portishead, things just feels kind of scary, and it needs to be like super high quality musical melodic stuff, and maybe that's not what I'm getting through. I don't know. And yeah, we're having the world's greatest dad coffee cup today, which is something, you know. I am the world's greatest dad, so sure. And this one has now rescanned the thing. So let's see here again. Browse user content. There should be one folder called random drums and another one called 5 weeks of beats, and it's not here. Makes me kind of nervous. Why can't I find my stuff, you know? Let's go through this slowly. Made samples, snares, TH drums, track lib. Man, it's not here. So, let's restart Maschine and just hope for the best. Hopefully we're going to be able to find the files on the SD card. And if not, you know, let's think about how we're doing that. Meanwhile, someone asks about my health, which I always appreciate since I had my little scare with the brain tumor and the surgery and the stroke and everything I went through. My health is just fine, you know. I'm back to working full time at my day job, and everything is good. Still suffer from a little bit of extra tiredness sometimes, I think, but it's also kind of hard to like compare to whatever I was before the surgery, because that was quite a while ago. But I'm doing fine. My health is super. One of the healthiest people in the world. And no, I can't find the stuff on the SD card. Snap. It's not here. It's not here. Why isn't it here? Come on. I kind of made a deal out of this myself in my own mind, that I didn't want to prepare these streams too much. I don't want to cheat or anything. I just want to show the entire process and go through the entire creative stuff on stream. And then stuff like this happens. I don't have my samples on the SD card. Let's look one more time. I rescanned the content again. I'm in the user content, and well, it's still not there. So let's turn the machine off again and insert my SD card in my little reader, and everything should hopefully work. But sure, this is not going to be super fun to watch, I guess. I'm just going to transfer the file, but let's attend a little bit to the chat room during this process. One cool question here comes from John Bryans that asks if I'm gonna add some vocals from yourself. That's a good question, because I haven't written a rap in years. That's not true. I've written a verse like a few months ago, but I haven't, I'm not a rapper anymore. I haven't done that stuff in years. But if he refers to what I did on Instagram the other day, and I asked people to send me voice memos of saying a phrase that I'm gonna use in the first 5 weeks of Beats episode track. I asked people to say the phrase, "It's all good." People did. I got a lot of stuff sent to me, and I appreciate that a lot. I'm gonna use that in the beat. If I'm gonna add something from myself there, I'm actually not sure. It doesn't feel like I really have to. Okay, so I can see the files on the SD card. So they're obviously there, at least one of the folders. The other one called, yeah, that's the other one, random drums as well. It's there. It's right on the SD card. It's even named properly. Let's try to change the name. Now let's try to eject the SD card the way it's supposed to be ejected. And let's try this again. And Tatro's in the chat. I appreciate that. I watch him more than I should, I think, when he is doing all his live stream stuff. Really, really impressive stuff. And his YouTube channel is really blown up. And, it's kind of inspiring to see a fellow YouTube creator in the same kind of realm doing stuff and performing really well. So thanks a lot to Tatro for being here, and give him a shout out, everyone. So the SD card is back in machine, and let's go through the user content. Or maybe I don't have to do that. Just go to the... Yeah, of course I do. I'm stupid. User content, and the folders just aren't here. Rescan. Let's do another scan and hope for the best. And if this doesn't work out, I guess I'm just gonna have to play a sample from the computer in TrackLab after downloading it, of course, and just sample it into machine and work with it like that. But it would be cooler for me to do this. And yeah, a question in the chat. Someone asked if I can sample from vinyl to get that crack. I could, but these streams are sponsored by TrackLab, and I'm using TrackLab samples for the stuff. Using records is also kind of an issue when it comes to copyright claims and stuff. But the cool thing is that a lot of the stuff on TrackLab are actually like sampled or recorded from vinyl, so it has cracks and stuff, crackles, or noise and all that stuff that you're looking for. It's still not here. Come on, why isn't it here? Sounds, I'm in the one-shot folder. This is really not cool. Not cool at all. And I might do something wrong. It might be, I might be the issue here. User content. I mean, how many times can I do the same thing and expecting a different result? Isn't that like the definition of being an idiot? Doing the same stuff and expecting different results. Let's go to the settings here again, and let's actually one more time instead of what happened now. Okay. Settings, rescan the library. Unfortunately, we're having some issues with Maschine Plus right now. The whole thing about importing samples doesn't seem to work. Oh. Sure, I could always try to put Maschine into storage mode, but then I need to hook up a USB cable, and I don't want to do that. But of course, that's probably what I'm going to have to do, or sample it manually. Browse, one-shots, user content. Rescan. I'm sorry about this. Just bear with me. But if you're here, you know what this channel is about. Sometimes we just have issues, None of the folders that I imported on the SD card can be found. Am I doing it the wrong way somehow? Let's go through here. Sounds, groups, projects, loops, one-shots, user content, and it's not here. But sure, Mark Saffin is onto something cool. Let's use it in storage mode and import it like that instead. So let me just go find a USB cable. But as I do that, let me actually, this is kind of weird, but I need a minute to find a USB cable and get it hooked up and stuff. So I'm gonna play you a track that I finished like a couple of days ago, 2 days ago. And this track is not released yet, and it's not gonna be released digitally at all, I think. It's actually a tiny little record company here in Sweden, which is actually, first of all, a clothing store, basically. And they have their own clothing brand as well. And they created kind of a record label, right? Or it's a record label. It's called Shelter Records. It's a record label. And they're putting together this vinyl, like a collection of Swedish beat makers. And they asked me if I wanted to join in, and I made a track, and I imported my scratch stuff that I recorded for another thing I did a few weeks back. And it came out really good. So I'm gonna play that track for you now. Probably it's just gonna be released on vinyl, or maybe not digitally at all. So if you hear it now, it might be your only way to hear it, except from buying the actual record. But the track is done, and I'm kind of happy with it. So let's play it as I'm looking for a cable and sorting my stuff out. The track is called All Good, but I don't know where I put it. I put it on the Documents folder and in Beats, of course. Shelter Records. Good Luck Accurate should be that one. It's that one. So let me play that as I'm turning the cameras off and looking for a cable and stuff. Hold on, this track is about 2 minutes long, so yeah. And that's the track. I know it came out a little bit too loud at the beginning, but I turned the volume down and I don't think it was distorting on the way out to you. Right? And now the camera is back. Sure, I turned the camera off because I needed to fix my cables. But that's the track. Good Luck by Accurate, and it's going to be released again on a vinyl with a bunch of different Swedish beatmakers. Probably going to be available for international customers as well, so that's a cool thing. I just have one track on it, and a lot of different really talented Swedish producers are on the same album, so that's really cool. So now I have the stuff here, and I can see what I did wrong. I didn't put the stuff in the right folder. So everything works in Maschine. I just messed the whole file system stuff up. That's what happens when you do stuff live, right? So let's again disconnect it as the storage unit to the computer. And now go back to our one-shots, user content, and there we are. That's the folder I'm talking about. 5 beats a weeks up there. And I also have a new folder of mine called Random Drums, and it's down there. Awesome. So I'm sorry about that. We were off to a kind of rough start, but now we are here and stuff works. Cool. So let's get going with this beat making session, right? I've only been live for like 36 minutes without really doing anything, so you know. Cool. Diven is here. Thank you, Diven, for the support. I appreciate that a lot. And some other people that I do recognize from this chat room since before, like David Robot, your name has shown up before. DNA is also something that I recognize. And, you know, Chris Head, of course. Thanks a lot, people, for being here. I appreciate it. Now, let's get into this music making kind of stuff that I'm doing here, right? So, on the user content, 5 beats a week, 5 weeks of beats, episode 1 folder, we have the samples that I downloaded from Tracklib last week. And more. Let's see if that's right. No, who cares? It's samples. And everything's from Tracklib. That one was from last week. That one as well. And that's the one I used for the beat last week, right? Started like this. Then it became a lot more, you know, a lot of stuff happened. That could be something. Let's take that one. Let's load it up and just check out the actual sample here. Seems to be kind of busy, judging from the waveform. Let's see there. So let's skip through it and see if we find anything that sounds kind of workable. Just gotta remember to drink my coffee tonight because, you know, I just forgot about it last week. So maybe we could do something with the drums, or maybe not because there's a lot of sounds in there. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, cool. Let's also turn it into choke. When you're trouble, when you're oh, can you hear that? You know, this feels like a sample that I would normally use for something like really, like I said before, something super boom bappy in 92 BPM. And sure, I could always go there. And let's keep this as, you know, the plan B. I'm not saying that this sample is super easy to work with, but it definitely sounds like something that I would normally use.
Say babe,
You know, short stabs like that, and also
ain't happy. I'm the one.
like that. That could easily become something that I'm... Come on, just listen to that. Okay. I'm really trying to not use that because it's too obvious and it's a bit, you know. Are you looking for musical accents, transients, or small phrases? I mean, I'm into really choppy kind of beats, so I never or very rarely chop my sample in the BPM that the sample is in from the get-go, because that just doesn't bring anything to the table for me. Instead, I'm looking for like phrases or transients or just chops of small bits and pieces of audio that I feel could be something. I'm not really looking for loops or bigger chunks of audio at all, because that's just not how I work. So if I would use this, I would probably cut it out before the snare, just because. And that short chord stab could easily be used. Do you want to start dictation? No, not. Don't ask again. So again, let's just mute that entire group, because I don't want to be that predictable in this particular stream. I want to do something a bit different from what I normally do. It's still gonna be hip hop and it's still gonna be beat, but you know, let's get back here and take another one, because I don't even know why I'm not picking that one, because it's obvious to me what I could do with it right now, and that could mean that I'm kind of inspired to use it. But I'm trying to not go the easy route here. Kind of, you know, respect me for that, and hopefully we're gonna do something else that's kind of cool. And I don't need to talk for like half an hour about why I'm not picking a beat or sample. Sure, that's something a bit different. When I found it in the stream, I talked about this one as sounding super old, like it's from the 60s or something, and it's you know, it's kind of obvious from the sample. It feels a little bit mysterious and kind of cool, so let's try to, first of all, of course, we need to normalize the sample. My bad. Now it's normalized, and let's choke group 1, polyphony, legato. It's easy to just pick these because they're kind of obvious, but let's just take the last one because it's more interesting than the rest of them. Let's grab that vocal, the. Almost sounds like just an and that could be incorporated somehow. Maybe I could use the entire phrase here. What is he saying? The magic's... The magic's missing? That's kind of a cool phrase. Let's try to remember that and just keep looking for chops. Without really caring about whether the actual words are audible or not. Okay, that's a chord progression from to. The champagne's flat. Also kind of a cool phrase. And that's the mysterious stuff. The sparkle's gone. There's a lot of like negative stuff here. That could be used just like that, right? You know, it's not the worst idea in the world, and maybe that could also be like this. As I mentioned before, since I don't have anything planned here, I'm open to do something slow or something fast or something mid-rangey. But as I said before, like having something in kind of a high BPM, but still having the drums being really off-center and doing like... You know, not like, I don't want to say Dilla type of drums because, you know, I'm not able to do Dilla type of drums. But, you know, having that really offset swing to it and kind of, what is this? Come on. Oh. So the tempo is like dum 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 dum. So that's 95. And I guess I could push that up to, someone said 101 BPM, so let's try 101. Now that camera died again. No, it's that. Okay, that camera died. 101 would sound like... The spark. Kinda works if we would pitch the sample up. Let's try to grab this. Let's try to chop up the vocals to make a phrase. This is not gonna work. Let's do that instead. Let's, you know, I'm not recording this for real. I'm just trying something out. So let's see how this feels. Let's pitch it down. Right. So we have to put them in another. Bear with me, I'm just trying to. Could work. Could definitely work somehow. It's obvious that it says gone there. So maybe that's not gonna work. That's the same as that. Love always works as a chop. Mysterious again. Someone told me to take one shot off, and that's definitely an option. But for now, it's easy to work with one shot mode when I'm chopping. Then when I'm deciding to like really sequence it, I might turn that into, you know, ADSR or whatever.
There's something the flame.
That became a major thing instead.
Something lost. The flame is frost.
Honestly, what kind of track is this? Switching from minor to major like that, and the like lyric being depressive as hell, and it's still kind of an upbeat thing. You know.
Frost.
Maybe I should use that as well.
There's something lost. The flame lost. We both can tell.
Oh. Someone said just use the N part of gone. That's also an option. Now let's think about the feel for this. You know, I'm already going towards this 94, 96. Oh, can you turn up the volume some? Oh, the volume of Maschine is actually not especially. So that's my bad. The mic seems to be loud and Maschine isn't that loud, at least for now. When I'm adding drums and stuff, it might be different, but now yeah, okay, that's better. Thanks for telling me. I appreciate that. So again, a lot of people were saying like 80, in the 80 range. So let's pitch the sample down and let's go down to 80, 82 BPM and see how that feels. 2, 3. This is slow. I don't know.
Love.
And I don't like the sound of the pitched down sample, so let's go. I rarely use slow tempos like this, you know? So I'm trying to not use that pattern because I kind of locked my mind into that because I like it. But the chops could be used in way more ways than that.
Love.
Oh, that sounds like it's been, you know, pitch shifted and like time stretched. But it hasn't. That's a really short one before that one comes. That's a good question, Divan. How do you pitch multiple samples at once on the M1? There's multiple ways, but what I do is just holding the group button and setting this one to tempo and pitch, of course. Then I'm just holding the entire group and I just pitch it up. Or pitch it down. Affects the entire group. All the audio in the group, and it works. Okay, that's a nice one. Maybe with... Okay, that's cool. And now we're up to 7 semitones because I did that crazy pitch thing and it made me realize that it sounds kind of cool. So let's go down to 5 semitones plus. Now I'm getting kind of used to the tempo of 82. It feels cool, but this definitely needs, you know, a lot of processing from the drums to the sample. I mean, sidechain compressing, basically. Like making something not, you know, lo-fi, but still slow and like really heavy. And having a kick sidechaining the sample to duck. Sure, that works. Let's record that just to have something in the sequencer. It can't be that repetitive though. That's the same chop, that's just me being sloppy. That's an easy. Just missed the pad. No. We can do something cool there by not having all the pads chop each other off and just put this one somewhere else. You know? This is... Oh my god, what am I doing? Let's put this one... You know? That could be done in a cool way. But for now, let's leave everything in the same choke group. Now we have, you know, I gotta get going here. So I have some sort of loop here. It's kind of repetitive, but it's something. And now let's do some drums, you know? Always changes things up quite a bit. So let's do some one-shots. Let's go through... You know what? Let's not use the same folder as we did last week. Let's use whatever Diven in the chat room showed me in one of his YouTube videos. Shameless plug, right? Crate Cuts, actually a really good expansion for Maschine. Has a lot of really cool stuff, especially in terms of drums. So let's go through the one-shots and let's go into... the drums. The drums. That's what we're doing. The drums. Claps, crash cymbals, hi-hats. First of all, kicks. Yeah, that works. Let's do another one. Like... No. That has a lot of body to it. I like that one more, so let's move them around. Cool. And a snare. Let's stay in the drums, of course. Maybe a clap. Yeah, but also snap. Now let's actually make put a snare instead of just claps. And of course, all the snares are really clappy as well. I don't want to go too crazy here and pick samples, like pick drum samples forever. That's something. I don't like the edit of that. What's up with it? It's like Oh, that's one of those. That needs to be edited to be tight, you know? Could just use the end part of that. And a hi-hat. Crate cuts, hi-hat closed. Sure. Hi-hat open. A dirty one. Yeah. I could match them up, but, you know, I don't care. Pad mode, choke 1, choke 1. Now I'm back to my old tempo again, which I don't want to be, you know? We are at 82. 80. Where am I? 82. Let's listen to the metronome and just... I don't hate that. I don't love it either, but you know, we can do a lot of cool stuff here with some delay or reverb, and of course sidechaining on the sample. And I hear you, and we're gonna stay in 82 BPM, but I want to try something different. You know, let's do something kind of fun here. Let's open up the timer on my phone. Let's set it to 4 minutes. Obviously you can't see that because I'm stupid. Whatever, that says 4 minutes. And let's go right there. 4 minutes, gonna make some sort of idea here in a way higher tempo. Let's go over 100. Let's go 103. Just because we can. Another scene. So let's move quickly and let's not use the camera angles. Let's just do one like so. And 1, 2. Almost. Ah, shit. And group level, heavy sound compressor, sidechain, input source. Where's that? Come on, A3S1, right? No, C3, C1S1. Which is the kick. What doesn't work? Didn't I record that stuff? Come on. Not gonna be able to do this in 4 minutes. I need the metronome to be on. Lower the volume. Sidechaining. Come on. Gain. Threshold. Amount. And that's supposed to be 4 bars. What's up? What's up? Am I doing something wrong? Machine seems kinda unresponsive. I don't know what that is all about. Okay, I'm able to save the project at least. Let's call this timer ended. So the timer ended. That means my time is over for that idea. Now, 5 weeks of beats. 02. Let's save that real quick and just hope that machine didn't really crash. But I'm afraid it did. So I'm not sure if this works out or what happens. You know? Greg, thank you for being here, and I'll see you another time, I guess. Just a guy in the chat saying that he had to go. So, you know, I'm a big fan of Native Instruments stuff, and I'm a big fan of Machine Plus. But sometimes it just crashes. And it seems like that's what happened now. Stuff made noise, you know? But things just locked up, and when I tried to save the project, this happens. And this isn't my bad. The last thing about the samples on the SD card, that's my bad. I take full responsibility of that. but this is not me. This is just Machine Plus acting up. Hasn't happened a lot, but this is really disappointing. Because I guess the machine isn't doing anything right now. I guess I could sit here and wait for half an hour and just lose everything. But now it seems to have crashed, you know? So let's hold down the power button until it dies. Give it a few seconds and fire it back up. That's unfortunate. No. Max Saffin has to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. And, you know, this stresses me out. I've already been live for 1 hour and 15 minutes. But, you know, we're not here to make beats quickly. That's not the job. That's not the assignment that I'm trying to do here. Instead, I'm trying to have some fun, spending some time with you guys, and making music the way I normally make music. Sometimes the process just takes a lot of time. So let's see. Browse, projects, user, 5 weeks of beats 02. The project is in here. Huh. And even the compressor setting is in here. That's cool. But come on, this thing about working in 103 BPM, that's not what we agreed on. You said 82, and I'm doing 82. Ideas. Back in 82. Let's chill out and drink a bit of coffee, drink a little bit of super cold coffee and just ease into the tempo. You know, that's the tempo we agreed on. Jim Shannon is here. He's always in these streams. I appreciate that a lot. And he has to go to lunch, but he'll be back soon. So, you know, one of my missions here could be to actually try to make something out of this until Jim comes back. We've had a slow start, but I think we're onto something. 82 BPM, even though I'm not comfortable in that tempo, I think it's cool to do something a bit slower sometimes. And this sample kind of holds up when it comes to this. Something is super untight with this sequence. Let's go to the events and just check it out real quick on the grid. Whoops. The first one sounds really off, and it is really off. So let's just select that event. Just the first one of them. Let's move it. That's not how it's done. Oh, my bad. Like that, and then... 1, 2. Yeah, let's record like one drum at a time here. Oh, my bad. 4 bars. And some hi-hats. Let's get a looser feel. Lower the volume of that one. Increasing the volume of that one. I know it's repetitive, I know it's a lot of the same stuff, but I think I'm gonna be able to work around that somehow. Right now, it's very unbalanced in terms of mix, so let's try to lower the volume of the sample and maybe try another pitch. Now it's pitched, my bad. Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Now the pitch is set to +5. +7. Kinda cool. This is a little bit easier to listen to, right? Let me get another shot here with the sample. Almost. This is a better vibe, right, Chris Head? Okay, let's figure out what kind of sound to use on this one. And I have another camera for that, so let's try that real quick. Of course, the battery. You know what? The sample is cool and all, and it's going to be sample driven in a lot of ways. But I think it's time for me to find something to go with the sample and the drums in terms of musicalness, you know? So let's use the Jupiter. That's not what I was aiming for. Let's go for a nicer angle on the Roland Jupiter XM, which is connected, and I should be able to sample this audio into Maschine. So here we are. That's the Jupiter XM. That's what I want you to see. Now, I guess you kind of already know this, at least a few of you that watches that have seen a few streams before. I have an Apollo X8 from Universal Audio as my main audio interface, which means that all the audio runs through that one, and I'm able to insert different Universal Audio plugins in my different inputs. And on the input from here, that one goes into analog 5, and here I have a tuner. So this is a cheater's trick. Oh, that's my bad. I'm talking about Maschine. Analog 6 still has a tuner on it. So when I play the sample, it goes through the tuner, and from that tuner I can kind of roughly estimate the pitch, the sample. So the first chop is that one. Doesn't register anything on the tuner, so let's just try to listen instead. That's the one, right? Maybe not, though.
Love.
And I messed up one of the feet on this one. This little rubber thing that's under the Jupiter XM has gotten lost by some reason, so it wobbles when I play it. I don't like that, so let's see if I can just grab the other one and, you know, take that off as well to have it balanced. Worked. I'm gonna try to fix that later on and find the other one, but now it doesn't wobble. Nope, that's a D. Sorry for thinking it was an F. Obviously a D.
There's
I don't know about the sound though. Oh, a super chat from Jim Channon. I appreciate that. Thanks. 10 Canadian dollars, I guess that is. Thanks. That's very much appreciated. For the rest of you, I think I would appreciate if you took the time to like, you know, put a thumbs up on the video. I know this is kind of a weird live stream, but still, it's fun for me, and I think it's fun. I hope it's fun for you guys as well. Let's see if I even have any viewers. I don't know about that. I can't keep track of it. And yeah, we do. We have some people in here. I appreciate that. So, we had a D, right? Yeah, that's obviously D. Let's try D minor chord. You know? Just because, let me show you a D major. That's not gonna work. Kinda works. I want to find something more than just a D minor. Oh. you know, using chords isn't always the solution. Sometimes playing like a melody thing on top of a sample can be just as good in its own little world. Doesn't have to be. Can we do an A minor? An A minor works. But now, is that what I'm going for? Is that what I'm looking for? Maybe it is. Not quite right. I feel a bit tempted to change the pitch of the sample just to get something else going, but I think I'm gonna stay in D minor for now and just you know, not second guess myself. I kind of feel that. I mean, it's kind of this really noisy, like saw wave synthesizer, but something happened with the resonance of the filter. Give me some guidance here. We have 130 people in the stream. Give me some a little bit of assistance. Am I on something cool here, or am I just like totally flipping out and just doing something crazy? That's not good. Let's redirect that camera again. I need some help here. I need some assistance. You know, sample is G minor. It is, and I keep playing D minor. G minor. That's right. Yeah. It's the same key, but that bass chord kind of works better in terms of than. That's also not. Everything works. Everything works. So people are saying that it sounds a little too high pitch. The sample? The sample is too high?
Love.
Let's pitch it down a few semitones. Sure, I could do that as well. Yeah. He might be onto something, right? It sounds cool when I cut the drums off at the last part. This is -1. I was as high as +3, I think. I was. Yeah, that sounds cooler. It does. So come on, give me some proper feedback. Now, +3 semitones or -1 semitone? Which one did you prefer? Again, this is +3 semitones. I'm totally fooling you. This is +3 semitones. Was that what I was saying? +3. All right. -1 sounds like so. Okay, come on. I need more opinions here. You can't just be like two people. Okay, now it's coming in. +3, +3. Okay, we have a few votes on +3, +2. Did the tempo slow down to... No, not the tempo of the sequence, but the tempo of the sample. Because I'm not doing any time stretching stuff. I'm just pitching it straight down. So I'm playing the sample slower. It's depressing at -1. Yeah, but could this EP of mine need a depressing track? Yeah. A lot of people are saying -1. A lot of people are saying +3. Okay, let's try +2. +2. To me, +2 feels a little bit like it's not. It's a little bit uncertain where it's going. +3. I think I'm gonna go with Divin here. He says +3, and a lot of other people are saying +3. Manu, John Foss, Mick L, and Dude Taffy. +2 better. A lot of people seem to like +2. Oh, I don't like +2. Yeah, I agree with the one called 73 in the chat. That's saying that the vocal in the sample fits better at +3. So we're doing +3 for now, and you know, we were still in that G minor, D minor territory. Or you know what? I'm not gonna think more about this. I'm just gonna do +3. And we still have that, if you remember that whole the magic's.
The magic's missing. The magic's
I'm not going to be able to incorporate that. However, now that we know a thing or two, let's make this situation a bit easier on me. And step away from the Jupiter XM for a minute and work in Maschine. That camera died. Boom. Change the battery pack. So, if you've been here before... Okay, what's this all about? If you've been to this stream before, you know that I take breaks every now and then. It's not just to have a rest, it's just to change the batteries of the cameras. So, that's gonna happen right now, and yeah. Give me a minute, and then we are doing more stuff with the sample. I want to be able to mute the mic. I can do, yeah. Well, you know what? Let's play that beat again. Let's play the same track that I played before, just to have something playing whenever I'm not here. A few of you heard this track in the beginning of the stream, but I'm just gonna play it again because I just finished it, and it's gonna end up on a piece of vinyl with Swedish beat makers. So, give me 2 minutes to change the batteries. Oh, that's my bad. That's not the entirely edited, finished version that you heard there. It's not supposed to cut off like that. But it did. Now I'm back with new angles and new batteries. So now I have that one again. You know, that's the track that you heard before, and now we're back here in a slower tempo. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. Okay, so more stuff to this track, more stuff on this beat, you know? Let's do some more stuff. I'm working really slow today. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just have the sample and some drums. We have to get going here and do something more. So. Maybe check the sidechain first of all. So, I mean, what I have...
It's just plain dumb.
Maybe I like that more. Let's increase the release. Yeah. It's, you know, a subtle change, but still a change. So, should I grab my bass and play a bass line on the bass? That's gonna take a lot of time, but it could turn out kind of cool. Or should I just do like this whole, you know, yeah, let's do that. Let's do the whole, for a beat like this, I want things to be kind of heavy and deep. Playing an acoustic or like an electric bass for that, I'm not sure. Maybe it could be cool to use my normal subby synth bass in here. I'm not looking for a project, I'm not looking for an instrument, I'm not looking for a one shot, I'm looking for a sound. I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of dig it a lot. You know, I kind of dig it a lot. Just having this really really like stupid bassline, you know? Doesn't have to be that. It could just be really long, dragged out notes, especially with this kind of subby sound. Yeah, let's get that into the sequencer. Doesn't have to be that stupid though. Come on.
Love, something lost.
Yeah, I know the bass is too loud. You know what? I want to try something. Let's save the project. I want to try something here that I do sometimes. And I don't know for this because we have kind of, become accustomed to how this sounds. But I feel like the drums could be a little bit more interesting, even if it's just a kick and a snare and the normal stuff. Oh, my bad. So let's duplicate this pattern over to the next one, go back to the first one, and go in here and actually take a look at our sequence. I'm thinking about moving stuff around. You've seen me do that before, and I think it's a good way to get stuff moving around. So first of all, let's make some type of change with the snares. Let's select those. Let's go back here. Let's turn the grid off, and let's start moving the position. In this case, to the left. Can I do more? I can do more. Yeah, the bass is still a bit much. So the sample is too loud as well. Let's try to push this. Put my snares even earlier. Sure, something happens here.
We've lost the spell.
So we have a discussion going on in the chat about bass sounds in Maschine, and Massive has a lot of really cool bass presets, and they're all like really deep and cool. What I normally use on Maschine, especially now in standalone mode, is just one of the sounds, which is just a one note sample that gets pitched around by Maschine. If you go to the browser and you go to the different sounds, not the instruments, not the one shots, but the sounds. And I guess it's because it's early in the list as well. It's easy to grab. It's called Adrenaline, and it's, to my ears, it's just a normal like sine wave synth thing. If you play it up here, that's what it sounds like. And if you go down in pitch, it becomes kind of a deep bass sound. And you know what, guys? We have to talk about this real quick, because I did this thing on Instagram. I asked people to send in like voice messages to me over Instagram, saying the phrase "it's all good," and I've already like imported all these recordings on my computer inside of Logic, and I'm gonna export them and use it as samples on my Tractor setup and scratch the samples on the track. And I want to do something similar here. I'm not sure that I'm going to incorporate a lot of scratching on this one, but still, I need some vocal samples, some spoken words that I can just paste in here. I don't want anyone to like read an entire poem or something, but it would be cool to just be able to incorporate something from you guys onto this track. And I'm realizing now that I put some text about this in the description for this video, referring to my email, which is wrong. I don't want those samples on my normal email. I created another email called 5 Beats of Weeks. 5 weeks of beats at gmail.com, where you can send in samples. For this particular instance, I don't want notes. I don't want any like musical instruments or stuff, or I just want vocal samples. So send it to me on 5 weeks of beats at gmail.com, spelled out FIVE, beats of weeks as one word, at gmail.com. Send me whatever like stuff you have, or send voice memos just from your iPhone to my Instagram at Accurate Beats. Now, I don't know what you should record for this one or what you want to say, so please, if you could, any one of you just have an idea and drop it in the chat and just talk about this together in the chat room and just come up with an idea for something that could be incorporated here. Just some words, just a sentence, or maybe just, you know, we could also like call this track and then have everyone record a single send it my way, and I can just put them into the timeline after the fact. I don't know. I don't have any ideas here, but if you have any, just think about this and talk amongst yourself and just come up with some sort of idea here. If I see something in the chat that I really like, I'm going to point that out. Otherwise, send me stuff. I don't know what. Maybe I'm going to have an idea in like 15 minutes. I don't know. I'm just telling you to do that if you feel like you want to. So just the fact that I moved the snares to be kind of a lot earlier on the track made the whole swing of it different. I still feel like I need to like bump up some of the higher frequencies of this to make it, you know, punch through. Let's do the same thing for that one. I could like saturate it or whatever, but it's easier to just crank up the equalizer a little bit. So let's move over to another scene and duplicate the pattern for the sample. Let's take it out and let's try to think about something else in terms of chops of this sample. Can I do that? I could. Maybe the love. The first idea I had was like, can that be? Kinda doesn't work. Let's try it one more time. Maybe I could just chop. I'm trying to grab the sentence magic missing magic. Could that be cool? No, it doesn't seem. Can we do something about missing love? I know it kind of doesn't work in terms of like tonality, but I don't know about this. Okay, that's cool. No. one more time. And I just forgot to press another pad. And now I failed to record. That's kind of cool. 2, 3, and missing. Okay, so for now, that's the bass. Let's mute the bass and let's pitch the sample up. I know we settled at +3, but let's put it up to +5 semitones just to see if this missing love stuff works. No. +4? No. Lower? Yeah, but in that case, +3 also works. And then we have the bass. Then we gotta do something. How come the pitch doesn't work? Because I'm not on the same scene, you idiot. You know, normally the transition between one scene and another normally just works for me. This time around, not so much. Going from the first one already feels kind of glued together, right? Switching to the other one. First, it's a little bit of a difference there, and I don't know if I like that. But the second scene here with the missing love works. So I think I'm ready to go with that idea and just keep it like that. But if I, for the first one, could play what can I play for this? I mean, I'm still using the same bass line, but it feels like it doesn't work, so...
There's
Let's go for number 2. I can't really find that note. And then back to... Okay. Let's see if I can find some help on from a tuner here. Okay, that's supposed to be a really off C note. I've already determined that, so... Yeah, I'm just being quiet, thinking. First of all, these two patterns doesn't really feel like they belong together. Secondly, I can't really find the pitch of the second one because it doesn't match up with the first again. So maybe this whole idea of magic missing, maybe I'm just scrapping that idea. Yeah, it's... Ah, come on. And then back to the G minor. Oh! But I think it's cool. Actually, I'm kind of thankful that this happens because, you know, the point of showing the entire struggle of making a beat like this is to show you guys the issues and the problems that I'm experiencing. And this is something that happens sometimes. As I said, normally I get my first and my secondary pattern to kind of sound decent together. In this case, decent is kind of a stretch, but it works. Not good, but it works. But in terms of notes on a keyboard or the bass or whatever, this is not sounding amazing. I could do like... But... on this one. I can't get it to be good, you know? Someone has an idea about pitch bend and bend and bend. Sure, I could find the right note like that. But, okay, let me, you know, this is just an idea of mine right now, that this pattern right here, that kind of sounds... Did I go totally crazy with that? Also, I'm not using the same... I am. Well, what I'm saying is that I'm thinking about using this. You know, the main pattern we had. For like the base of the track. And then, whenever I go to this pattern, maybe I don't need a bass or a keyboard sound. I get a lot of people saying that this keyboard sound isn't the right one to use for this, and sure, I agree. When it comes to the first pattern, I think it works to be a bit synthy like that. It's kind of cool to have the difference between the organic sample stuff and this. But let's try something different. Works, but again, pattern 2, what happens? that kind of works. I don't know. This is still really difficult. Really difficult. Okay, my confidence is raised, you know, growing a bit. Let's try the bass. Okay, sure. Wait, my God, that wasn't. You know, we gotta keep on struggling here. We gotta do something. So for this, let's make an even easier, simpler bass line. You know, let's try to glue and squeeze this together, even though the pitch... Nah. You couldn't hear the bass? Can you hear the bass here? Sure, you can't hear the bass. That makes a lot of sense, because in this case it's just a sine wave, it's just like sub-frequencies. Really, really low stuff. You know, let's try. Oh, that feels so out of pitch. Maybe that high. Okay, that's and you know, Okay, I don't know what to do about this. Adding keys on the first one feels kind of... simple enough. But on the second pattern, you know what? Let's just not care about anything like that on the second scene. Let's just use the first one as the main one because it's kind of, you know, it already holds up. And and again, we have to move on. We have to do something more. That's better. Something like that is going to be incorporated in here. But someone says in the chat room, keep it simple, less is more. Which is true. Definitely. One of my big things that I take with me. What kind of keyboard is that? If we're talking about this one, this is the Jupiter XM. Roland Jupiter XM. A really nice synth. And if we're talking about this one, it's the Native Instruments M32. M132, I almost said, because I have this M1 computer. You know what? I don't have any snooze in here. Okay. Robin Kosh says, I really don't want to spam. Sure, then we have to read it. But it's really B minor in the new pattern. I mean, sometimes off key with the bass can give it something. B minor. For real? Am I just that bad at music? B minor, which is... You might really be helping me out a lot here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to bed now because someone just totally should have taken the stream over a while ago. Thanks a lot. Thanks for spamming. Thanks for making me noticing that. Robin Koch, I don't know how to say it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, damn, that felt good. You know, normally, sure, I have a little bit of luck when I do these things, but also I normally don't suck this hard. So what I'm thinking now is that I should be able to go from and then down to I still want to get the G in there to keep that mysterious vibe and also to make it easy to yes, of course, this is more in tune. This is what it is. If I wasn't live, I'm sure I would have nailed this myself, but you know, a little bit of nerves and a little bit of stress. This is really good. Thanks a lot, Robin. Thanks a lot, Robin. I really appreciate this. Makes it much, much easier to keep at it. Now, the bass line I recorded here was obviously in the wrong key, but maybe we don't have to care about that, you know? Robin Kosh. So let's redo the bass. Again, I am still going to incorporate the G in here just to, you know, make it more cohesive. To make it more understandable, you know? Yeah, I chickened out. Sure, let's do it again. Thank you a lot. And again, someone said that this thing was pointed out to me 3 times in the chat and I just missed it. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why you follow me on YouTube or why you're watching this when I'm obviously really bad. Well, it is what it is. Everyone can make mistakes, and I just happen to make a lot of them. So, we have 2 different bass lines now, one here. Now when everything is more glued together, let's have a listen and see if these 2 patterns sound better together now with the bass. I don't like the shift, but you know, it's okay. Anyone have anything to send me in terms of voice memos on Instagram or samples on email? That would be cool. I've gotten a few things on IG, but I doubt that it's for this. I don't think it is. No, doesn't seem like it. Let me check that email I just did. Yeah, I've got a sample here from Divan. Just named Okay. Cool. People, any opinions, any thoughts about what the track is supposed to be named, or whatever vocal samples I can incorporate? I mean, the musical sample here is from tracklib.com, up there. One of the sponsors for this stream, tracklib.com, and also distrokid.com. Distrokid is the service that I'm going to use to release all this music as an EP on Spotify, Apple Music, all that stuff, using the hyper follow functionality and everything else. DistroKid is a cool service, Tracklib is as well. So that's it. But I'm also looking for samples from you guys. Vocal samples, just anything that you can say into a mic that I can use to sample, sometimes to scratch and sometimes to just incorporate in the beat as it is. If you have any opinions, any thoughts about anything, just drop it here. Someone said something about play it again or run it again or whatever someone said. Maybe that's an idea. Someone tells me to ditch the Juno. You're talking about the Jupiter? No, I'm gonna try to use it somehow. I mean, just something simple like that works, right? Martini Missing Love? That's a good idea. You know, let's start layering stuff from the synth. Let's use this. Let's sample the external mono input, which is this one. So first of all, let's do a bunch of chords. Let's show that one. So we're sampling in mono in the left input. Sync mode for 4 bars. So just some basic chords in this octave right here. So let's can I do that? Cool. Start the sample as well. So let's turn that one into an audio track. Let's increase the volume. And of course, let's set it to 4 bars in length. know? Talking about low pass filters and stuff, I moved the chord parts of this an octave down. I think that's good enough for me. Let's do the same thing for pattern 2 here. With this stuff, let's move it here. Let's record sync mode, and let's check the chord again. Let's do it on the backbeat like that. Come again? Sure. And let's go. Nope. Start. I managed to squeeze the G in there. Let's have a listen without the sample. And that needs to be set to 4 bars. Doesn't work. Why? Because I didn't make it an audio track. Does that make sense? Okay. Ace Music has a strong opinion about sustain. Like that? Make it even more 80s? Let's just
The champion's flag.
I don't know. Maybe for the next part, because what I'm thinking. Oh, I got an email from the guy talking a lot in the chat. Ace Music Melody Loop. Let's play this and see what it's. Okay. Let's see what it sent over, and it was super loud. Let's just download it onto the computer. My Mac Mini isn't the best tripod. So he sent me a file, and now since I'm working in standalone mode, incorporating files that you send over isn't, you know, it's not as straightforward as using a DAW or something. Let's see, downloads. Now I can't find the file, of course. Let me open up the mail again. He sent me something. Oh, I didn't download it. Into downloads. Boom. There we are, and here we have an MP3. Let's try to sync it up manually, just... Is that for the first one? Obviously not. For the second one? Okay, I'm playing that wrong, but I think I get how you think. Not a bad idea. Let's see if I can incorporate that in the final track when I'm working on it in Logic and I have the timeline and everything up. I appreciate that. Thanks for sending it over. I'm not going to be able to incorporate it in the standalone version because that just takes a lot of time, or just sample it in. But you were thinking like... You know, I'm sorry, Ace. I appreciate that, and I guess I'm gonna take a deeper look into it and do something cool. But right now, I need to get back to think about what I'm doing here. Could it be for some reason Maschine pitches up the bass one semitone in the second pattern on the bass instrument? No. This is also coming from the guy that gave me the right chord for the second part, so I'm listening to you. Is it wrong again, or what are you trying to tell me? Well, I think it's okay. Let's go into Jupiter again. Yeah, that music box thing. You know, I'm gonna make another thing here. I have some chords there, and then I want some sort of melody stuff, and I want to play something like. You know, some half kind of spooky melody like that. I don't like that noise generator stuff that's on for that one. something. No. You know, I want this really thin kind of synth for the melody, and I got just the perfect thing for that. The Jupiter XM is cool and all, but now I want to grab something else as long as it has batteries. Boom, OP1. Now, I had a cable yesterday that I used for this. Give me a minute to find a cable. So I had like a normal line cable, like an aux cable, but now well, hold on. And of course, I found it on the floor, right underneath my desk. So let's turn this one up. Turn this one on, I should say. Start, you silly bastard. And of course, when I decide to bring out the OP1, the battery is just totally dead. I swear I had it running yesterday without any issues at all. Now the battery is totally out. Just my luck, right? Now we got another email from Ace. So maybe we should invest a little bit more time into this dude. So Ace, what is this? It feels like a lot of notes, like this complete piano thing. I get it. Bridge-like thing for entering and exit, or exit. Are we talking about in between the two different patterns, or like an intro and an outro for the track? Huh, I don't know. Maybe I could use that somehow in between stuff. Somehow. But you know what? I'm really getting... I'm realizing that this live stream is going to be available to watch after the fact on YouTube. And it's already 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I've been at this for hours, and I haven't made a lot of progress. Thanks for all the nice words and all the nice comments and all the help in the chat, and as well, thanks to Ace for sending some stuff over. I'm gonna have to look at those later on in Logic, where I can see stuff clearly and be able to, you know. For now, I think let's just fix some quick things here. First of all, the sample needs to be mixed. It needs to be changed a little bit. I need to add an EQ. Just cut out some of the lower stuff. These things doesn't need to be there. Let's cut them out. Let's brighten it up a little bit as well. And on the entire thing, I want, you know, I don't always do this, but let's put a little bit of a meta verb on the entire sample group. Let's move that to be ahead of the compressor, which is sidechained to the kick. You know, I could just drown it in reverb like that. Okay, Ace, I get it in between the different stuff. Thanks. That could be really, really useful to have some sort of transition. I just couldn't hear it in any of the patterns, but I see what you're saying in between the ones. I'm sure I'm going to use that because I don't like how the two different patterns fits or not fits together. So having something in between seems awesome. Now, the meta verb, let's crank it down a little bit and still having it kind of loud. Because it's before the compressor, it should be able to glue everything together. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate you a lot. So, he's leaving and 73 is leaving as well. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. And I'm gonna keep working on this for a little bit of time because, you know, I am kind of crazy like that. I can work on an idea for hours and hours and hours. And in this case, I've decided that all the stuff that I make in these live streams are going to be finished and released on the EP later on. So I can't just leave this as it is. Or maybe I can. I don't need to add a lot to this, but maybe I need to come up with at least another little version of the pattern. I mean, honestly, I am putting the stuff into Logic and arranging and adding like nice scratches and stuff after the fact, but I don't want to, you know, replace the entire bass line or add a lot of stuff like that. I don't want to cheat too much. I want like 100% of what I do for the beat making part in this video or in the stream. That's what I'm going to use in Logic. I'm not going to add too much. And I'm definitely not going to take anything out. So that's the process behind this. That's the thought process. But sure. What I was talking about was making a longer pattern. And playing more notes like a melody. And obviously not on the OP1 because I thought it was working, but Stop it. Oh, wrong pattern. It becomes a bit too weird. Amp. You know, I'm gonna try to record something here with the audio straight into Maschine. Let's go to the sound level here. Let's go to the sample. Let's sample for 8 bars, just for the fun of it in sync mode. Let's start. Let's go. Yeah, again, I'm just being a coward, and I don't want that. I want to do something a bit more fun. Maybe an octave up. Sure, something like that. Start and go. Convert that stuff into audio. 8 bars. I mean, it's not wonderful, but I think I want to keep it somehow and just use it for 8 bars somewhere at the end of the track. But I want it to be a little bit rougher than this. So let's try to, on this entire group, let's try to put a little distortion. It really sounds horrific. Can't use that at all. Saturator?
The champagne's flat.
Sure, that works. Let's do another thing here. Let's go here. Let's sample that for 4 bars. And you know? Again, let's transfer that. Okay, that's not how you do it. Let's transfer it into audio. It doesn't work. Why? Why doesn't that work? I didn't really look at what I did, but I guess I'm gonna do it again. Okay. Let's be here. Let's hit start. Let's do sync 4 bars. And again, start. Cool. Audio, 4 bars. Okay, we are getting somewhere. I mean, I always think about beats like, what happens if I mute the sample? You know, because the sample is always kind of important, but what happens if I mute it? Then it sounds like this. And I'm getting a lot of cool ideas from the chat room right now. You know, the sample is cool and it's necessary there, but I also kind of want it to be able to stand by itself without the sample. Someone said something about like Motown type of strings, which would be really cool. So let's see if we can do something about strings. Let's use the built-in Maschine library for that and just see if I can get anything to work quick and easy. So we have instruments. Let's go for the bowed strings, or bowed strings, I guess. I mean, if I would want to go for like reed strings, I would have to load up, you know, some proper instruments in Kontakt, but I'm not doing that right now. Instead, Maschine is loading, and it might just die. Heavy bass, something with a bit of slappy funk to it, would hit nice on that. Yeah, that's a good idea, like layering the bass, this really heavy sub bass together with a more slappy type of bass. That could be cool. Hollywood strings, yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. But to be able to get that going, I think I would need more like high quality sampled instruments, which I have a lot of access to inside of my, you know, the Kontakt setup that I have access to in the computer. I'm gonna do that for one of these live streams, just making a beat in Logic instead of just using hardware like this. But for now, I think this is more fun. However, this is not fun though, because Maschine has obviously frozen on me again. And I haven't been able to save this project for a while, so, you know, now it rebooted. So let's see what we get. I don't know, maybe we get where I was like 1.5 hours ago, or maybe we get like a recent version of the beat. Maschine opened up back up and it has nothing, so that doesn't feel good. Projects, user. Now let's go here. What did I call this one? Project user 5WOT something. Yeah, 5WOB. Now we open it and I don't have all the groups that I had before. This doesn't feel good. So the bass is in there. Now the second pattern. The first pattern. The drums, the sample, the bass. Second scene. There's not a pattern there. Okay. That means I gotta do some of these things again. So, we had the pattern with the samples, and let's do it again. I don't even know. That's kind of similar to what I had before. Save. So the adjustment I did on the snare feels like it's not the same anymore. So yes, I am kind of frustrated. So events, select these, turn the grid off, and move them. Even more? I don't know, am I? Save. Yeah, I know in the chat room. I need to see this as a new chance to get it better. But, you know, I kind of know what I had. But the second pattern, of course, doesn't have a bass. Or does it? No. And the chord was... Right, so... And I wanted the G in there, so, you know. Let's just see if the changes I made. No. You know, I did some tweaks with the equalizer on the snares, and right now it feels kind of flat. So I need a little bit more punch in them. So let's do that again. Let's increase the gain of the two higher frequencies on that one and on this one. Yeah, feels more like it. So yeah. Now I'm in some fucking Okay, so that's all I have. That's all I got. So I had some type of like some organ or something going on the, let's see, in the Jupiter, right? And we were talking about strings, so let's move into strings instead. Pattern 1. You know, let's add some strings, right? Let's sample. Okay, let's first of all save and sample an external mono. That's the one. 4 bars in sync. Start. Once again.
There's some.
You are totally right, Chris Head. That's common sense and good practice to just save your product. But since I have been working with MK3 so much and the machine software, you know, saving has never, ever been an issue. And it just hasn't been something I've done. When I work in you know, Photoshop or whatever, I save all the time. I'm one of those guys. But on machine, just never had, it's never been necessary. And I've never had 2 crashes in one single night that I've had today. Crazy. But it's a fact.
And
Sure, let's keep that string thing in there, and let's, on this sound level, let's add, can we do a beat delay? And David, I think you're totally right. This device is too expensive and too premium to die like that. Totally. it's not supposed to happen. I don't think it's right, but it did. What can I say? I don't work for Native Instruments, so I don't know. Sure, let's keep that string thing and that part there. Let's make another one for this part. Sure. Say no. Sample. Save. Sample in sync 4 bars. That's the one. Let's go. I'm doing it way too much. Another go. Last try. That's better. And while we're at it, let's just go for some sort of keyboard sound. Again, a backbeat type of thing. Sample, sync, 4 bars, start. 1, 2, 3. It's again not perfect, but we need to do something. So let's hope that it gets better with time. Sure, I see people talking about arpeggios, so let's try that in just a second. Before that, I need to make another one here for the second one with this piano thing. It might be a bit hard to hear, but you know. That wasn't hard to hear, was it? That's the octave. Oh my god! Delete, start, go. something like that, and save. And again, let's listen to this thing without the sample and see if it's something at all. So on this one, I should have, you know, maybe I just failed to change that into audio. Okay, something went wrong. That one needs to be 4 bars, which it is, but it's not. Never mind, let's do this entire piano thing again. I'm messing something up. Pattern 1, supposed to be G minor. Start, 4 bars, let's go. So let's double check this. Let's go to audio. Let's set it to 4 bars and have a listen. Sure. Together with the rest. Seems to work. Pattern 2. Scene 2. Here. Another one. Aha, record. That's no good. Let's do it again. And the last note was totally off, so let's do it one more time. This is the last try. I lied. This is the last try. It's not great, but it's okay. Okay, something starts to happen here. We are kind of back to where I stopped, but now we have strings instead of an organ or whatever it was, and we have the piano thing going on. Oh, Jesus Christ. This has been kind of a frustrating episode of 5 weeks of beats, sponsored by DistroKid and TrackLib. check that out. Cool. Should we try to just feel? I think scratching. I think this beat might be a bit too slow for me to scratch on. Save. So, this is not a masterpiece, but you know, this is also a track like I could definitely see myself walking around listening to this. If you followed me and watched me before, you know that I make a lot of like boom bappy type of stuff, and yeah, thanks to the DistroKid and Tracklib, thanks a lot. You know, I make stuff in 95 BPM or whatever, and with scratch and stuff. But it's kind of cool to have something like this that feels laid back and is a bit wobbly like this. I want it to be even more like wobbly and crazy and weird, but I don't know. This might be good enough. I also think I need to check the sample. Yeah, there's no equalizing on the sample, and I know I did that before the crash. So let's turn some of the bass frequencies. Let's just, you know, lower the bass, increase the higher frequencies. Was that what I was doing? I want that. Yeah. Just to have it a bit more. And I also, sure, that also makes it a bit more, whatever. Metaverb on the entire group. Move it in front of the compressor. So, I think I want another part of this track, and I kind of think that I know what that could be. So let's duplicate this pattern or the scene over here. Let's mute that entire group of samples, and let's duplicate the sample over here, and let's turn it on, and let's do something a bit funny here. Let's take let's see here. What do I want to do? I want to select all the different pads. So let's select all the pads. I want to change them in the sampler from one shot to ADSR. Right? Then I want to go into the group level and I want to apply a beat delay. Sounds like so. I mean, the pitch here seems crazy. It's just a crazy track, a crazy sample. That's what it is. this, it's a lot of delay going on. But you know, in terms of being like a 2-minute track, having some stuff here that, you know, that adds a bit of dynamic to it, I think it makes sense. So let's try. Once again. That doesn't sound good. Let's try that again, right? That's better. Oh, right. So, you know, small changes like that can make a big difference in the track. It's based on this. And now sounds like... No. It doesn't sound like that. It sounds like this. I like this so much. Makes so much sense. And the rough part. You know what's crazy? Kind of like this. I kind of enjoy this. I really do. I mean, it's a bit different from what I normally do, but even on my last album, I had a track with a similar feel, like this choir thing, being in a low tempo, sidechain to the kick and stuff. I think it's nice. I do. I mean, obviously I could add more stuff. But I don't want to add anything more, you know? Save it. Thanks. Saved. No more synths, nothing like that. You know, I'm not hating this. Let's try to, you know, I'm not promising anything here. Okay, I shouldn't even have to load up Tractor. The USB thing isn't connected. Maybe I should be able to. Let's try this. Back.
Say what? Yo, yo, cut. Say what?
And the other scene, of course. And the third pattern. And I don't know, maybe I should start thinking about, of course, letting this entire session go. That's a big thing. That's what we're gonna do really soon. Yeah, maybe we could start the whole beat off with again with the notes and stuff. Doesn't make sense. Oh! Okay, something, okay. I just got a new Patreon. That doesn't happen every day. Thanks a lot for that Patreon. You know, I should talk and push my Patreon page way more, but I just haven't figured out what to give back to the Patreons. Right now, all the tiers on Patreon says that it's nothing special. You don't get anything for your donation. I want to change that. I want to give my Patreon something. But when I don't have any Patreons, it doesn't feel... You know, it's an evil... Yeah. We call that a hamster wheel in Sweden, when things just go round and round and round. So if I don't have any Patreons, I can't give you anything special, and I can't give you anything special if I don't have Patreons. I just got a new Patreon. Thanks a lot for the support. I do really appreciate that a lot. So, thanks. Again, let's play the 3 different patterns and just see if this is good enough, or, you know, if we have to make this into 6 weeks of beats. Who knows? On this track, maybe we should apply a stutter just to play with it and see what happens. Okay, this is cool. Something like that. Save? Sure. You know what? I think I'm actually gonna call this session done right now. It's 2 in the morning here, and I started at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So this is 4 hours. Normally, when I work with Maschine especially, I am a lot quicker than I was today. I had some issues with the notes and the stuff, and I still haven't figured out how to, you know, transition between the 2 different patterns. But I think something like this, just a little break makes sense. That kind of works. It doesn't have to be more difficult than that. And you know, I still have, you know, right now, this is also a part of the creative process. Right now I feel kind of beat beat down, or beaten, or whatever you want to say. Call the beat The Bug. That's cool. Thanks, Mark. The Bug. Let's immediately save this as a project with sample. Okay, save as. Change the battery pack again. That means that it's time to go. So let's do this. 5 weeks of beats. Sorry. I don't know if you need to see this, but yeah. 5 weeks of beats. Space. 02. Space. The Bug. Thank you. That's a perfect name. The B U G. The Bug. Thanks. So this one is going to be called The Bug. And if I said, and like I said previously in the stream, I would like you guys to help me out a little bit when it comes to adding something more on this track. You know, adding scratch might not be right for this one, might not be what I end up doing. So for the track I made last week, I asked people to send me voice memos on Instagram, basically, saying it's all good. I got a lot of different things sent my way, and I'm going to incorporate them all in the track and scratch some of them and just leave some of them in there. It's just going to be this big collage of people saying it's all good all over the track. And that's going to work really beautifully for that beat. For this one, called The Bug, I would like to have some samples from you guys to incorporate here as well. Maybe not scratch them, but maybe just putting them in there. You know, if I play this beat and I just add some speech in here, I mean, if I just sit here and talk about stuff and it doesn't really matter what I say, but there is something about beats like this that I feel kind of works with the spoken voice. Like the spoken voice saying words makes a lot of sense. And if it's someone with like a deep voice explaining something kind of cool, you know, makes sense. So, I mean, just talk, say something, a few words about a bug, make up a little story, like a short story about a bug, not like a computer bug or a bug like this. Let's make it more fun and let's talk about an actual bug. Let's do something about that. Or do you want me to play it again and again? More hi-hat. Can we sample track and add to it? Well, I don't know. Drone X beats. The thing is that I've already had my struggles with this track, so making it even more complicated by adding more stuff, I don't know how I feel about that. And I think the more I listen to this, it grows on me. I kind of like it for what it is. It's not my best work ever, but on a 5-track EP, having a beat like this, I think I could live with that. Sample some nature program talking about bugs. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I don't want to do. I don't want to sample anything else, you know? I already have a sample for the track, and, you know, it would be cool if anyone out there wanted to participate somehow by just recording something. I have this Gmail account signed up, 5 weeks of beats in one word written out at gmail.com. Feel free to send me whatever you want on that email, like audio, of course, not anything you want. Audio samples for me to put in here, like speech, whatever. Just a snappy piano rhythm. Sure, if you have the time to record it and send it my way, I would love that. But I can't promise that I'm gonna use it. Let's listen to this again. I'm not gonna release it before it's released, so like, listen to this in the stream after the fact and try to whatever. The BPM of the track is 82 BPM. So yeah. And if if you don't send anything cool my way, I'm just gonna be, scratching a few samples, just adding a few and a few yos, and be done with it. This is not gonna be a track that's like 5 minutes long, anyways. So, Greg asks, what's your workflow going forward? Do you master? Well, the workflow from here is basically just to take all the individual, in some cases, sounds, and in some cases, groups and scenes from Maschine, put it into Logic on a timeline. I could do much more on Maschine as well, but when adding like scratches and longer samples, it makes a lot of sense to do it in Logic. So importing all that stuff into Logic and then arranging, take out a few drums here and there and make adding some delays and stuff. Just some ahs and some oohs and some ksh and some of that. Arranging the track, maybe making it like 2 minutes long or something, and mixing it. I think it sounds decent as it is now. So I'm not mixing it like, applying like amplifiers or like preamps or doing a lot of crazy stuff with the EQs or whatever. I'm kind of happy with what I got here. And the whole concept about this project is not to overthink anything, just to make stuff happen, just to release it. Because I've had some issues with that before. Like releasing music has always been this hard thing to overcome for me. And I want to get over that, just as I've done here on YouTube. So, to answer the question, basically a rough mix inside of Logic, and then to be honest, I just slap on Ozone. And I got the update to Ozone 9 from Ozone 8, and Ozone 9 now works on the M1 Mac. So I'm using Ozone 9 from Isotope, and I don't do much. I just apply the limiter and the equalizer, the maximizer, and whatever. Basically, their own little mastering system. And normally, it takes me like 90% of the way, and then I have to just tweak a few parameters and a few settings to be good, and then it's done. I don't want to overwork it. And a part of running this YouTube channel is to show you guys that it doesn't have to be impossible to make music. It doesn't have to be like really difficult or simple is good. And as everyone's saying here in the chat room, like, keep it simple. And that goes for everything. Because whenever I feel like the beat sounds decent in here, it's good enough, So a quick mastering process inside of Ozone 9 helps me to get 90% of the way, and then I tweak it a little bit more, and then I'm happy. So that's it. He hasn't done any chances. Yes, machine audio is pretty amazing if you just watch levels. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. I keep track on the levels a lot. I never ever go to the mixer page in Machine. I just don't. I don't even know where it is. It's over there. I don't use the mixer at all. I just turn the main the main volume knob on the group level or on the individual pad that I want to change. Then I just make sure that everything flies as it is, you know? You see me working here recently. I felt like the snare wasn't loud enough in the mix, and instead of just adjusting the volume, I added an equalizer and I boosted the higher frequencies. To me, that's basically mixing. Sure, I could go in there further and, you know, take out some of the lower frequencies and do the opposite for the kick drum and this and that, but I don't want to get too granular or crazy with it. So, no. And thanks a lot, Greg. The truth is that I don't have amazing ears. One of my ears is completely gone. I'm deaf on the right ear. I only have one ear that works. So I have an amazing ear, if that's if that's something. So now I've just talked about stuff for a bit. So let's listen again to our patterns. And yeah, I've pretty much decided to not add anything more here. I have this little melody thingy. No, I don't. That was before the crash, wasn't it? I don't have a melody thing. I don't. So maybe I should add another track here. Or maybe I'm adding that another day. You have amazing ear. Makes you twice as good as everyone else. Yeah, thanks, David. But I mean, of course, I'm not the most talented musician in the world, or the most talented scratch DJ, or keyboard player, or anything. I just think like having the talent to put stuff together and knowing what you're going for and understanding the tech and being able to like hear whatever works together, I think that's a skill, and I think I have that skill, or that I have developed that skill. So yeah. And in terms of this track or this mix so far, if I should just say something good about myself, the bass here is to me like one of the strong stuff about this track. That I went with a really simplistic, like stupidly simple bass line. Let's hear the sample and the bass line for this pattern. I mean, just judging by the sample, it's even kind of hard to hear the rhythm playing the sample without anything else. The bass really helped with that. You know what? After all this time working with this, having all the struggles, I must say that I really like this one as well. It's not similar to the last one I did, or the one I played you twice for that vinyl project I'm on, but I like it a lot for what it is and for being something a bit different and special. I'm proud of this, you know? I don't have anything to not be proud of here. One of you guys really helped me out with finding that chord, and I really appreciate that. If anyone has an idea for anything to add to this in terms of vocals, I don't want rap, I don't want singing, just someone saying something. Feel free to send it my way to 5weeksofbeats@gmail.com. If not, that's totally fine as well, or on IG. And also it would be cool to have people say 5 weeks of beats, like a sound thing for one of the tracks, or maybe for the intro, or I don't know. I'm just talking. Feel free to send me some stuff like that if you want to, and feel more than free to check out these sponsors. These are some excellent companies that are kind enough to help me to make these live streams and this entire 5 weeks of beats EP project possible. distrokid.com and tracklib.com. Go check them out. The links are in the description as well. I'm gonna make 5 live streams, 5 beats, and I'm also gonna post one bonus video after everything is done. Maybe touching a little bit on what I did off camera in terms of music, and also going through the entire process of using DistroKid to have your music released on Spotify and Google Play and Apple. It's really cool. One way to get everything put out on a bunch of different streaming services. It's cool. But yeah, what I'm thinking right now is that the next week I might be working with a sample. I can already hear, I mean, how I played it now is not representative of what I'm doing next week, but the sample is really cool. So I'm going to use that for the next one. But let's hear the different patterns again on the one we did today. So, one last question, one last answer. Wise Man Hip Hop says, great production, accurate. What's the secret that keeps you so motivated? 2 things. 1, I don't need to be motivated to make music. Okay, that came out wrong. I don't need extra motivation to make music or to do this. I just have so much fun and I just need it enough to just not be able to stop, you know. The second thing is that I don't know why I'm saying this, but I'm really having a tough time at my day job now. And if staying motivated doing this helps me going YouTube full-time or even part-time, that would change the life for me, and that would be awesome. So that's also something that, you know, bumps my motivation level up a notch. But basically, for just making music and these kinds of things, I don't need any extra motivation. I just do it because I love it, and I just have to do it because I need it. In terms of finances, though, sure, if I'm able to put a little bit more work into this thing and being able to not work at my day job as much, that would be awesome. So that's an extra piece of motivation. However, thanks a lot everyone for being here. I think we did a great job together, even though we had some rough patches here with like me putting the files on the wrong folder on the SD card, to Maschine just crashing twice. to me having issues with the notes and stuff. You know, that's just what it is. That's the life of a home studio beatmaker, YouTuber type of person. Check out the sponsors up here. The links are in the description below. Check out my Patreon page if you want to support me like that. Subscribe to the channel and be here next week for another episode 3 of 5 weeks of beats. I mean, it goes by really fast. This is just number 2, but it feels like we've done this a lot. So the first episode is done, the second episode is now done, and we have 3 more episodes to go of actual beat making. 3 more Fridays. It's going to be a lot of fun. You know what? Thanks a lot for being here. Thanks a lot for all the support. And thanks for believing in what I do and supporting my channel like you always do. Gotta run right now. I think this track is as done as it's going to be tonight. And next step here is to import it into Logic and mix it and all that. But I'm signing out. Had a lot of fun tonight. Thanks a lot for everyone for being here. I can't say that enough. It means the world to me to have an audience and to be able to do this in front of people. To not just sit here and just keep all the beats on my hard drive. Actually doing something with them. And it's all because of you, and I appreciate that a lot. Yada yada yada. Keep saying the same thing 5 times and being emotional and stuff. You know. Again, thanks to the sponsors for sponsoring this live stream and this entire project of 5 weeks of beats, the EP I'm working on. Today it's Friday, and I'm gonna see you guys again next Friday. So again, thanks a lot for being here, and goodbye. No, my bad. I'm not playing the beat again. I'm playing the intro. That's also an outro. Peace. Ha det gott.